Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Oh my goodness, I am very late today. I'm very late. So also hi Narix. Hi everyone. Hope you are doing good. I overslept today. Yeah, I kind of overslept today. I wanted to, I did mention that I wanted to go to the retinoscopy appointment today. Well, it's not exactly an appointment, but it's like a. Well, I got a letter from the doctor saying that I need to go visit the retinoscopy. So I have the letter, but I haven't sneaky about like I haven't got there yet. So it's not exactly appointment. Yeah, it's not exactly appointment. It's just I didn't go there, so yeah, I might have to change it to like someday, but soon. It has to be before. Yeah, it might have to be on Monday because it has to be before Tuesday. But then I also don't want tomorrow because tomorrow I have more time to play Raft. But Monday I have ball, so I cannot play too much Raft with Braggy and Zeus. So I figure on Monday, if the appointment does go way longer than I thought, if I cannot stream that day, then I will not lose too much of the Raft time, honestly. At nighttime I can still go hit balls. So and I've been thinking about this morning. When I wake up, it's like, oh yeah, fuck, oh no, oh no, oh no. My brain's just like entirely oh no. So yeah, it was a little bit of a weird situation, but it's okay. I think I'll go to the doctors on Monday and get my eyes checked. And on July 8th, which is oh, it's Wednesday. So on July 8th is the day where I need to go visit the doctors. So that's why it has to be like before Tuesday. Uh I did forget about this for a long time, so it's definitely on me, right? But I now that I remembered, so I need to like yeah, find some time to actually do this. For now though, I've been listening to Sonic Unleashed music because and also Warframe is very much like Sonic because of the speed, so it makes sense. It makes sense. Bird chip, there's two birds right outside of my window. Like they're just like perching right outside. So yeah. And then there's like a little bit further away, there's like a different bird noises. The bird song. It happens a lot here because it's a lot of trees around here. Yeah, a lot of trees around here, so there's a lot of birds going on. Uh, there is an occasional lizard appearance on my backyard. Oh, do I call it backyard? I don't know if they have backyard, but on the yard where there's a lot of grass going on, and then sometimes there's like a lizard. I was like, oh my god, lizard, and then it runs away, and then I'm sad. Bird food? No, it's like a big kind of lizard. It's like oh hi Brian. It's like a very very small monitor lizard. But then be it very small, it's still bigger than the bird. The birds here are like on a very small sized. So yeah. But then when it comes to like lizard, there's also a lot of like house lizards, right? Like cicak, right? Cicak. There's a lot of cicak going on around the house as well. So I don't know, maybe that's why there's a huge population of birds around here. I don't know. I have so many questions. I don't know. But yeah, that's I want to play Warframe, and I want to put in one more day of doing art, other than Wednesday night. So I need to get back into doing art. So it's like when I'm doing the job hunting, I can at least try to utilize my art stuffs in the meantime. It feels a little bit weird though, but it's okay. Anyways, I want to play Warframe today. Yeah, it's Warframe. It has been established that it's Warframe. Give me a second. I'm gonna... Warframe. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I'm small because I was behind Brecky. How big do I want myself to be? I don't know. That works, I think. I don't know. I uh I want to... No, I don't want to close the music yet because they're going to download something before they start the game. War farm. Oh yeah, there's also no more Pride stuff anymore. Okay, now we can close the music. There's so many birds around. The color stays? Yeah. I still have my... trans-colored Warframe.
This looks interesting.
I don't know what morphics are. I'm just gonna take them. So I was playing a little bit of Warframe yesterday, just a little bit though. And give me a second. I was in Seattle, and I'm trying to locate the Shadow Lock pieces, but they gave me like a gear thingy. No, where's the gear thingy? Shit. Yeah, this one. Codex scanner. And I was traveling around Citos for a little bit. I'm not too sure what I'm doing, but I did find something in Citas. So I went to... I don't know what this is. What is this? I mean, this is Garuda, but I don't know how to get them. In Citas, there's like a bounty that I can take around the field. Well, the plains, as they say. And it feels like when I do the bounty, I get something, question mark? It might be me getting standing, I think. I don't know. There's tents with bounties. Solaris doesn't have that specific unless you capture a checkpoint. Gives you standing? Oh. I was like, they gave me something, but I don't know what it is. Alright, where's the... failed to connect to chat server. Whoop, I don't know what's going on. My internet has been very janky lately. Especially last night, it was kind of scary. But everything else seems to work perfectly fine other than chat server. I don't know what's going on. Chat server is dead right now? Oh, okay.
From the Eurasian zone. Display your love with a streak of vermilion. Highlight those eyes with a dash of rare cerulean.
I can buy something here, right? Master T-Sonai?
I have lived upon the Eidolon bow all my life. Nurturing and culling go hand in hand. I am in partnership with a certain individual.
Ah, I do have
The
standing.
business, they call him. If he thinks you are up to the task of conservation, he will equip you appropriately. Then we shall talk, you and I.
Trusted off-worlder kin? Trusted visitor? Oh, am I still... Oh, I'm still neutral? So I need to like do more standing? And then I can trade more stuff with them?
Another time, then.
Oh my god, I can get all the flu? What is this? Common con drop tag.
As you wish.
Oh, I have Ira type here, that's right.
Be well.
So I don't know if I should stay in Cetus or should I just go do other things, honestly. I mean, Cetus feels like a very farm-y place? Right? So what I think I should do is that I'm probably going to do some other stuff and not stay in Cetus. Or I can do Cetus a little bit, like just a little bit. And then after satisfaction, then I'll just do other like main story stuffs. Oh yeah, also Warframe experience points wise, my Breton, the rifle, got to rank 30 and I have changed guns now. I have whatever this Dawn back is, right? I have that one. And my fist is still there, my pistol is still here. I think I might want to try and get pistol to max now. So I'm gonna kill everything with pistol as much as I can. So I need to find tents. And once I found 10, I can do bounties here and get more standing. Which I'm not too sure where tents are. I assume that it must be the exclamation mark. Yeah, it must be.
I give you coordinates. You go in, you work, nobody but you comes out. Good?
Capture the leader. Deal a blow to regain detachment morale by capturing the commander. There's gun missing on planes. Ostron? I mean, this one just kills them, no? You could pick up the bounties from Konzo himself back in Cetus. The tents for a later edition. Yeah, without tents, you're just gonna keep going back and forth. That's fucked up.
Plains living is tough living. Grenier are finding that out the hard way. Let's make them find out a little faster. Cut off their supply.
What the fuck?
Is right. The Grenier can never be
What
allowed
is
to
that?
live comfortably on the plains.
Why can you fly?
Let's
What
make
are
this
you?
place as inhospitable as possible for them.
What is that? How
The
can you
commander
fly?
in charge of this detachment is hiding somewhere near my waypoint. Draw them out and eliminate them.
Oh my god, 1.2k, that's crazy. Also, I don't know if I'm doing it right. It feels a little bit faster, that's why I'm doing it. Oh, no water allowed, right. Am I shooting the shield somewhere? You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I don't think I can destroy the shields, but I'm doing some damage to them. Teleport there? Oh yeah, I forgot there's like blinking stuff. What the heck? It's okay, I'm gonna travel there. Am I being... Why am I constantly shaking? I'm also trying to kill as much enemies as possible. Like, I'm trying to train my weapons and stuff. Finish my level 2 flower tutorial channel. Level 2 flower? Eh? What's that? Heck yeah. Also, hi Dragon Colony. Where's that thing though? My channel can finish something? Oh my goodness. Oh, it's that thing that's constantly like chasing me down or some shit. Oh, it's that weird thing again. Like, how do I do that thing if I keep playing around like that? Do you have no weak point? maybe you do. Don't you wanna calm down? What happened? Oh, is that a weak point? Well, please don't move, thank you very much. Alright, thank you. Well, there should be... Yeah, the two of them. That was weird. Dargins are planes, but they require a pilot. You could snipe out the pilot, then it'll become idle. Did I just kill the pilot? How the fuck is that even possible? Check DM. You can... What? Huh? Oh, check DM. Evolving Twitch patch for a channel only. Oh, what? Oh, I think it's like a Twitch itself kind of thing. Cool, cool. Heck yeah. I could ride on them. Red? Red pet. Oh. If you get a pet, you can become the pilot. I don't want to become the pilot. I want to become a Kobo.
And so it goes. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's bleak, really. Okay, what am I doing here? Oh, enemies killed? Okay.
That's it. The targets come out for a fight. Make it their last. The loss of that commander will lead to uncertainty and infighting among his former troops. Good luck.
I did it? I'm the best?
Without supplies, the Grineer rank and file have fallen into disarray. This is the time to strike.
Also, I'm putting the aim on C. It's so good. You can see that I have it currently equipped in your channel. Yeah, it's like a little flower thingy. I have a flower, I'm so cool. Alright, go to the next one. I'm gonna stay in Cetus for a bit, then we're gonna continue doing the main story.
Target spotted. Strike fast and take out as many as you can.
I'm the coolest.
Keep going. They won't be able to sustain these casualties for much longer.
How you doing?
More Grineer amassing nearby. Get over there and take them out.
Ooh, you're very strong.
I've located another mass of enemies. Take the fight to them. The detachment won't soon recover from that strike.
I got Oxium. Oh, it's a turret.
You've left the commander of this detachment weak and exposed. Capture him, and let's see what he has to say.
What is that sound? Oh, hi. Blaine's Kunka? Kunka? Must be like a pet of some sort. I actually don't know if I'm faster like this, but I feel cool. I feel cool. I'm rolling. I'm flippy dipping zipping rolling sliding. Everything. I'm the coolest.
The officer is nearby. Track them down. There's the officer. Capture them.
I'm bonking the turrets first. I hate turrets. I hate turrets. There we go. We got him.
We can no longer complete our objective.
Ah,
I will let Kanzu know we have failed him.
what? Oh my god, all of that I've done. And then because I don't know I don't know which one the officer is, and I just lose everything? Nice. So I guess when it comes to capturing the target, I cannot kill anything else. Well, duly noted, I guess. No killing allowed. Okay, do we have another tent around here? It doesn't really show. I can aim. Oh, are they like level 15 or something? Oh, fire bear. They seem a lot more stronger. Oh, there's the tent.
Got something. Heavy hitter like you needs a little snack, yeah?
Guess I'll try again. So capture the leader, meaning I have to just straight up
Pain's living
go
is tough
find the
living.
leader
Grenier are finding that out the
immediately?
hard way. Let's make them find out a little faster. Cut off their supplies.
Kanzu is right. The Grenier can never be allowed to live comfortably on the plains. Let's make this place as inhospitable as possible for them.
What is that?
I want you to liberate a key operations camp.
Whoa, you teleport?
You've reached the location. Clear out any nearby hostiles. You captured the location. Do not let them retake it.
Keep control of the level. I'm only just aiming at the general direction. I couldn't really like pinpoint aim fast or something. It's really hard for me. Were they Eximus?
Without control of that camp, their resources cannot move freely around the plains.
Gain 420 plus 105 standing. Okay, so that is how you get standing. Okay, I got it.
The commander in charge of this detachment is hiding somewhere near my waypoint. Draw them out and eliminate them.
Is this like an inflatable shield? Damn, inflatable shields? Okay. Never thought of that, but apparently that's a thing. Oh, it's one of those things again. I think I did it again somehow. I'm trying to level up my pistol. That's how you level out your pistol, right? Hmm? I thought I saw something shiny, question mark? Uh-oh. Oh, hold on. I don't know how the experience counts like that. No idea. Only 19? Oh my god.
That's it. The targets come out for a fight. Make it their last.
Why are there 10,000 explosions on me? Are you the one doing it?
The loss of that commander will lead to uncertainty.
Kill the enemy over 100
inside
meters away
his
across the
former
plains of
troops.
Eidolon.
Good work.
I got an achievement.
You've left the commander of this detachment weak and exposed. Capture him, and let's see what he has to say.
Alright, so capture, remember, just go straight for the commander, I guess. I don't know which one is the commander, so that's a bit of a problem. Ooh, what is this place? Oh my god, I'm flying. Wait, airborne fly keeps the momentum?
The officer is nearby. Track them down. There's the officer. Capture them.
Yeah, I don't get the bonus.
Able to imagine a future without Grenier. Now I can, thanks to you, Dino.
Well, I did it. Kobo is the best. I guess now we go back to Citas. I think it's time we go do some main quest. I mean, I assume the Cetus one is not main because I can do this without any like requirements, I guess. Okay, any blink pads near? No? Oh yeah, there is. Can I just travel to? I don't need a blink pad to use the blink pad? Oh my god. Or should I do one more bounty? I want to see what that bounty is. If it's like not too long, I guess I want to do it as well. I mean, why not gain more standing, right?
You pay me in red, I pay you in silver.
Missing, find them, bring them home. 10 to 30? What level am I? Well, this one is not locked, so I guess I can do it. I'm gonna do it. I don't know. Wait.
We can't let the Grenier terrorize the people of Cetus. Find this trapper, and if he's alive, bring him back to safety.
Whoa.
We need to put the Grenier on alert. Let them know the Ostrons are off limits. Raid their camp and send them running.
Bye bye.
You've reached the location. Clear out any nearby hostiles.
Oh, I'm not seeing any red. Oh my god, chain. I think that's painful. What is that? Tusk thumper. Oh, these things are strong as hell. I'm gonna bring my fist for this one. Holy shit. These are bad moves, I feel like. Oh, yo. That thing can still hurt me even though I'm here. I'm being pushed away? I am being pushed away still?
The location is ours. Wait. Incoming assault. Don't let them retake this territory.
I think it's impossible with that thing around here. And then there's like 10,000 bullets going around. I don't know what's shooting at me. This is kind of scary. Control level not high. Oh, it's the weird pushback again. Am I unlucky or is this like scripted to have that thing here?
We can no longer complete our objective. I will let Kanzu know we have failed him.
Did you? There's like 1k number? Is that mine or is that... Oh no, I'm only doing 0 question mark? No, I'm doing something. I think. It feels like I'm doing some external damage. Am I wrong? Yeah. I feel like I can destroy this thing. It's just probably gonna take a long time. Yeah, that's something, right? if they're like regenerating. Like, I'm doing some damage when I hit it right. If only my fist has more range is the thing. Are there some of the enemies around? Oh, your health is going down a little bit. I am doing some damage to you. I assume that's one leg cannot be down damaged anymore. Is this like a Monster Hunter instinct? I guess. Monster Hunter instinct going on? Oh no. Did I just pull its ass? That was crazy. Hey, am I stupid? Yeah, I'm doing some numbers. Whoa. Oh my god, my fist cannot reach anything. I feel like if I have like a better weapon here. Oh. Text on this down. Uh oh. Well, it's half health. I should get the upper ground. Is that my speed currently? That's crazy. I cannot kill anything? I always go to such an awkward terrain. Yeah, when I jump it does that. I might be so dumb here trying to kill this thing. I might be like extremely ill prepared for it. Yeah, it is that fun. Oh my god, I can aim. See, the thing is, if I could aim better, I won't. Oh, I'm dying for some reason. You can increase your Warframe server by installing ranking and redirection mob. Okay, I don't know what killed me, to be honest. I'm gonna revive. I think it's these guys, question mark? Feels like it's impossible to kill this thing all of a sudden. I was dealing some damage to it. Now not anymore, question mark? Am I supposed to hit here? I don't think so. At least when I'm doing this, I'm doing some sort of consistent damage here. Well, at least a little bit. Okay. What's going on? But I know one thing is that I want to kill this thing. I don't know what killed me again. I'm gonna rewind. I wish the game tells me who killed me. Would be nice. Where's that big boy? I got the thing down to half health. Yeah, there it is. Hi, Cass. I gotta lose all the color. What mission are you doing right now? Nothing. I'm just trying to kill this thing. Sweet God, if I can aim, this is the end of all of you. What? What? No, I'm good. I'm still like very new and I'm just like figuring out this game still. I just want to kill this thing. I mean, my missions are not that hard, but somehow these guys are really hard to kill. I feel like when I'm not taking any bounty, everything is just so much more hard to kill. Oh my god. I have some nuts. Morning, breakthrough. Oh my god, breakthrough. Money, money. Oh! Wait, you have multiple moving spots? I mean, you're less than half health. That's... Hi, B. Let's progress. Morning, Winnie. Hope you're doing good. Oh, Breaktalk is doing good too. Where'd you come from? Oh, my disc gun is doing a lot of damage. What the heck? Wait, I should have been using this gun, I guess. The pushback is ridiculous. Oh, we hit the 100 stream streak. Thank you, Breaktalk. Oh my god, thank you. Oh, I am definitely chipping them down. That's why you get rid of like the small guys, because they kill me way faster than anything. I would wish what killed me. I would like to know what killed me. It would be really nice, honestly. The big guy wasn't attacking me. What is, you know? The pushback is really goddamn ridiculous. I cannot take it. Something is constantly shooting at me, and I would love to know as well. Like, Oh, that's a new thing. Okay, that must be the one that killed me for sure. And this one? So all the big boys are here trying to kill me now because I've been spending time on this big guy for like 10 hours, I guess. Fine. I guess I couldn't kill them. Now that they have like 5 battleships trying to kill me now. Oh, I wasted half an hour trying to kill that thing, but it was worth a shot. It is so stupid people can shoot me from 10,000 miles away. How nice. Am I meant to kill that thing? I guess. Another blade bomb finally. Okay, when that thing comes here, I have to run away for a little bit and then continue finding that big boy. Exxon can deal with these seeker drones really well. And then watch them shoot me from 10,000 kilometers away. Very, very nice. That's normal. Okay, is everything homing or is this, am I stupid? I might be stupid actually. Yeah, what's hitting me? I don't get it. That's bullets, what the fuck? Oh, I genuinely hate this game now. Like, you're gonna love it when there's 10,000 things trying to kill you when you're fighting against this thing. I mean, sure, I can become stronger when trying to fight this thing. But God, this is making me hate this game a lot. You could say that it's my stupidity that's making me hate this game. Sure, it is. It totally is. I don't know what level I am. I guarantee you fucking... If it's a one-on-one, you're dead so hard. If there's not... If there's no... If this thing is not here, you are dead 10 hours ago. And you a bitch because the thing on top shoots homing missiles? I'm gonna do this to recover my shield a little bit. I'm trying to utilize the iframe. I'm not used to it. Trying to. I realized that when I was trying to dodge the dodge this. One hit me. Ooh. I can shoot that thing as well. This is way easier. Oh nice, everything's just shooting from 10 miles away. I want to beat that thing so bad. I love when it's like low health, there's suddenly 10,000 things trying to save this thing. I'm out of bullets? Oh, I'm out of both bullets, okay. How's the cucumber go? Hi Ash. I was feeling great until I started fighting this stupid thing. I don't know why I tried to, but I want to. So I am extremely stupid. As proven here on this session right here. I swear, sometimes my stubbornness is gonna be the end of me. Oh, here comes the homing missiles. Undodgeable. Back to ring. Oh no. I'm surprised they have like 0 damage. I thought it would be like less damage, but 0 is a little bit extreme. But I guess I can also kind of see why, I mean, they're made to be like this. I didn't want that slam. I'm not jumping high enough. But if I'm jumping too high, they'll slam. What a conundrum. Also some good hits. It's almost down. The lingering momentum is crazy. You better keep running away. I'm gonna kill you. Oh, I got nothing out of it. Oh shit. Whoop, I tried. Right, time to go. You know what? Worth a shot. It's a victory in my book even though I got nothing out of it. No bullet. Maybe some heal and shield, I guess. Oh no, energy, I think. Okay, why am I trying to go here? I can't really check the map, so if I check the map, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get killed by that thing. Yeah, I feel pretty safe here. Yeah, let's get back and do some main quest, why not? No, I'm killing the boss for no reason. I'm being stupid. Yeah, I am. I've been saying that. I know. Texon max rank? Texon is MVP here, like holy shit. Without Texon, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna like die. Like I got Endo? Wait, did the boss give me Endo? Wait, Endo is great though. Wait, I like getting Endo. Alright, let's leave here. Let's do leave Cetos. I think last time we done the Vox Solaris thingy, and then we're gonna do the we're trying to go to somewhere, I think. I don't know. Minimap shows loot crates. Ooh. Shield resistance to environmental ice hazards. Am I getting that already? I don't know. Enhanced critical hits from primary weapon. Vigilante armaments plus 10% multi-shot. Status chance. Reload speed. Multi-shot? And fast hands? I guess. Then not to... Oh, only to Greenia. Oh, I've crit. Oh, those yellow numbers are crit, I think. Okay, okay. I mean, no more capacity, so I can ignore that. My fist. Yeah, also no stance in anything. It's fine. Crit chance? Hmm. It's just Tira. Boop. Hey. It's a little off. Okay. Whoa, don't know what those are. Hmm. Thank you, Beckham. Hmm. I don't want to locate the Shatterlock pieces. I don't even know how to find them. That's the one in Cetus. Oh, do I not have another one anymore? Or do I do this one? No, there was another Venus? Oh, I was trying to do Fossa. Yeah, after doing Fortuna, and then they want me to go Fossa, I remember. But then there's like multiple places that I can go. Like even here. But then it's a dead end, so... Guess I'll do Fossa? Fossa 628. Oh, I don't think it's like Fortuna. Yeah, I don't think it's like Fortuna. It's like a one-time quest, I believe. Gotta do the mission, not the free roam. Locate the Shatterlock pieces. I mean, it's in Cetus, and they're just gonna bring me to Cetus. It's gonna bring me to Cetus. It gave me like a scanner, and then like...
The Kobold Council has decided that Tylra is the bestest good girl kobold. Pat 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 pat.
Hey. I'll teach you. It's fine. I'll figure stuff on my own. I will suffer. It's fine. I will do Warframe in my own pace and stuff.
In an attempt to exert power and authority, the Corpus have continued to refine their most lethal security proxy, the Jackal. Determine its location aboard this vessel and destroy it.
Addicted Warframe, Hyrolens. Pretty much. A little bit. Another thing in the game is right because we can figure it out. No, I was thinking the game is bad because I was being shot 10,000 miles away. and then I can't see anything that shot at me, but then I keep being shot. That's what I hate. I'm entirely okay with not being able to figure stuff out. Honest. Early game's kinda troublesome. I can tell. Not much mods and weapons. That too. I've been it's been really nice. Like for the past two streams so far, not a lot of people has been like very explicitly trying to tell me to do this and do that. So it's fine. I was suffering. I would say it's like a rite of passage, so it's totally fine.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I'm trying for you to not drop the game because we're aware how stupid the game is by not giving you information. Okay, that was my bad for saying that I hate the game, but I'm not gonna drop the game because of that. Straight up, I'm not going to. Like, moment of frustrations sometimes makes me say some stupid ass stuff. I get it. I'm not gonna drop the game. No. Not now anyway. So far I'm still enjoying the game. I've been enjoying the game so far, so
Every Warframe has at its disposal a special breed.
rest easy.
As lethal to technology as it is to flesh. Disrupting the Jackal's auto repair may require it.
What? Is there like an airborne support going on?
Most wise founder, protect your avaricious servant. Despises the idle man. Always.
Someone was sick, I guess? Oh, is this like a bypass?
Remember, the Jackal's auto repair precepts could make this a battle of attrition you will lose. Watch for an opening, and remember your pair is on.
If you need help to farm, can let me know. I guess that's like mid-game stuff, right? So far, I'll still do like the missions on my own because everything seems to be very, very doable still. So, yeah. But when I'm at that when I'm in like a farm phase, I'll let you know. time? Q chamber sealed?
I expected it to be bigger. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Massive flex plates on the torso, but appendages could be the weakness.
Oh, okay.
Still mobile despite the damage, but if it comes down hard, it could give you an opening. Loosened grid wall. Stay ahead of it. Tenno, use your Parazon.
Hey, yo, monster on turn.
Watch your angles, Tenno. You're running out of cover.
What's this? Oh. Cannot get in? Maybe I should sing get hit.
Overdrive presets. Watch for increased attack speed.
Whoa, that was instant. I'm just whatever aiming your front legs at me. Okay. I love it when it's instant.
Looks like heavy activity ahead. Critically damaged. Finish it off. Well done, Tenno. You have sent a clear message to the Corpus today. Their
Nice.
war profiteering will not go unpunished.
Jackal sigil? Cool. Guess I got something cool.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Give me loot. wonder you can get drop for your stream? Oh, my stream has dropped? So first you need to amplify so she can have a dragon on her possession. Uh-huh. It's gonna be a while before I started farming things. Oh. Oh. Should you draw? Yeah, Twitch drops. Oh.
Target down. Assassination contract.
I got 100k credits? No, I have only 63k credits. Oh, earn. Okay, okay. Fist level 27? Oh. Your actions have consequences? Or... or... I mean, what you gonna do about it, Cry?
Hey. Later.
I'm gonna look at the melee weapon again. Scan. I don't have plastids. He's gonna stalk you, he's gonna touch you. No. I did not consent. I did not consent. Easy. Untouchable. These are some really cool weapons. But I'm always like missing one thing. I guess I need to play the game more. Yeah, it's always one thing. Guess I'll keep playing for now. Oh. Incubator power core. This device facilitates the growth of a Kobo or Kavat clone from birth to adolescence, or like a pet thing? Purchase the Rhino blueprint from the market for credits. Warframe blueprints in the market for credits. Each Warframe in the market offers blueprints or direct player way to obtain them in game. Blueprints are used to craft your codes in Foundry. Defeat Jackal at Fossa? Start building a Rhino component in the foundry. Jackal obtained from Jackal on Fossa. Warframes require multiple components to be crafted. However, for the required blueprint resources, the way to find them. Oh, it's a Warframe slot? Market for credits. Market. 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 Rhino? Rhino. Rhino packs a punch, he boasts high survivability and crowd control. The wise would do well to stand clear when he charges. Ooh. I'm buying it. We can buy Warframe BP with credits. BP? Oh, blueprint. Rhino chases. Oh, chases. Yeah. Gara? Do I have to like keep killing Jackal to get like not chases but neuroptics and Rhino systems? Probably. Can I check the drop? Fossa. It didn't say what drop. Oh. Oh, a Rhino component. Oh. Fast deflection. Plus 90% shield recharge. Minus 45% shield recharge delay. That's really good, no? And then a new Warframe slot. I got a bolt hole. Oh. Ooh. What am I doing? The rest of the part will give you along the mission, yes. I guess if I want to, I can go kill Jackal again. I mean, Jackal is not that hard. Confront Spectre. I'm fighting another frame, okay. Oh, it's Rhino! I kinda want to just go punch him. This is peak gameplay. Whoa, oh my god, there was no time to react to it. You want some? How did you die? I didn't do anything. What? Okay, I mean, thank you. Alright, GG Zenori. He's gonna imprint Kobo's frame. You just penetrate him. I just opened up my sword. I didn't do anything. He's gonna get pregnant. No, they're not dragon. I wouldn't. Fire slow heavy bolts that are capable of impaling enemies to walls. You are Tenno? You deserve a Kubrow by Kubrow? Intercept the Greenia communications. Review that Greenia have been experimenting with some sort of bioweapon. You must investigate. Ooh. Resident Evil? Can I have Kubrow? Oh. Huh. Hi, Solid. Kavat, Cat, Pupper, and Kibi. Ooh. Hmm. Extra standing possible? Team. Oh, that's a PvP. I don't know how to bring Pupper or Kibi. Oh. Oh, wait, this is so much easier. Warframe quests? Mastery rank 4. Oh wait, I can up my mastery, I think. Install it first. Oh, there we go. Test your skills and reach the next rank. Become silver. Initiate trading access. One loadout slot. Base mode capacity? Void trans storage. Sure.
Prove your ability with a sidearm. Eliminate all targets.
Sidearm? I did that in Cetus with enemies who is level 30 or something.
Again.
Holy shot. Holy shot. Holy what? Oh goddamn. Oh. Oh, I cannot. Oh, okay.
A formidable performance. This test is now complete.
Hell yeah,
Another
easy.
job well executed.
Nice. Congrats on era 2. Heck yeah, I'm the best. And Kobo is the best. No one can stop me. Except for that big homing missiles with 10 who can snipe me from 10,000 miles away. In passing my test, continue to prove yourself and grow stronger. Mastery Slate has been commissioned to honor achievement. Yo. Who are you, Malu? Steel Cheeks? Running solo out there, not affiliated to any of the clan. Oh, guild? Person in Leisure Opta. And right now you are in demand? I don't think so. I suck. I can do it again? Oh, there's a wait time before I can do it. Oh no, I should have done it whenever I can. At least next time we know. Okay, let's do... did I get something new? Or is there something that I can install for the cook, brow, and kibi? Sausage. Guess not. Right. Wait, no. No. He. Main quest. Oh, it is Resident Evil now.
Tenno, we have intercepted an alarming transmission. The Grineer have obtained samples of the infestation that once ravaged the Orokin. A scientist named Dr. Tengus intends to integrate the samples into his bioweapon research. The Grineer believe they can control the infestation. They are mistaken. We must investigate the laboratory on Mercury immediately. Hurry to M Prime.
Ping as usual, I see. Investigate the bioweapon. There we go. Let's go do this one. I'm just gonna launch next quest mission. Next quest mission. Fuck, Kobo cannot talk today. Holy hecky. Assignment spy? Oh, so I'm not supposed to kill everything? But then that's so hard.
I've identified several vulnerable data consoles on this base. Find them and hack in. We need to know the nature of their new bioweapon.
The Tenno! Keep them away from the specimens!
Destroy them! Dr. Tengus demands absolute secrecy.
Dr. Pingus?
My scans are not detecting any known biochemical agents. What are they doing down here?
I need more money. Oh. Dog?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh my god. Hey, banana. Hope banana doing good. Spooky noises? Just woke up? Heck yeah, hope you had a nice evening. I think I had a really nice EP. So, well, so nice that I overslept today. Wait. Ooh, oh. Go. Another door. Very mosquito noises, but happy to get some EP? No. Mosquitoes suck. Uh-oh. Ayatan Sianstan. Oh yeah, that's the rare drop thingy. I hear the jingle. Did I miss the activation of something? Nav coordinate. I assume if I get one of a thing, then that's going to be like very... That thing must be like... big rare.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Polymer bundle. Can I spin this? Oh, that's hard to kill. Venomous Eximus? Oh, Natto 22. Oh, am I playing Left 4 Dead now? I mean, it has that vibe. Very nice. I don't think I like that. Oh. Okay. Hold together. Vestan moss. There's literally nothing on screen. Why am I getting moss? I'm a kobold. I know what a moss looks like. That and air is not moss.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
So when she says that, there's like an Eximus nearby. I think. I mean, it has to be. I also changed my aim bind to C. So when I aim, I can still move, but a little bit awkward. Yeah, guess I'm playing that for that now. I want more loot. I'm gonna explore as much as possible. I seem to get rewarded every time I go like the side path, not the main path, you know what I mean? The path that doesn't lead to a quest objective. Yeah. Oh. Poison bear.
We're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data.
Oh. Oh my god, secret? No secret? Hi again, Narix. Spy bolt, stealth bolt? No, I've been opening up guns and stuff.
Alarms have been triggered. You need to retrieve that data before the data destruction is complete.
Uh-oh. Go, 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 go. Did I do a dump? Probably. Go, go, go. Oh, inside? Loot.
They destroyed the data. This must not happen again with the next vault.
What? It's because I went for the loot? Oh my god, I went for the loot once. I hate the motorbike around this area. They really love to rev their engine around residential area, especially rural areas. So barbaric. Oh. Wow, that's a really tough one. Oh. Can I do that?
Console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
Okay, don't trigger alarm. I'll try. So I went through a door that has like some sort of a wave and that triggers the alarm. Maybe there's like a way to bypass the alarm or just like straight up hack the alarm. Oh. Even if I make a speed, it's not enough. I did see another thing that I might be able to interact with. Yeah, this thing. I did it. There's no more security. Ah. I guess I cannot get that thing. Aim higher. Oh, I mean, if I don't have this, so it'll be no, I still didn't make it.
Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone.
I'm the best. Spy vaults tend to take the longest to figure out on your own.
They're out! What's going on?
Stop the infested! Forget the Tenno!
Oh, hell yeah.
The Grineer's biosafety protocols are severely lacking. Their reckless experiments pose a grave threat to the entire system.
I love the highlights. That's a codex object for you to skin. Can I skin? Wait, I can't scan. This one. Where's the thing? Ay, de. Very shiny. If only I can bite that thing, would be nice. I wanna bite. Fisher Finch? Oh, I might have missed a message from Braytalk. I think I read it, but I didn't respond to it. But I hope Braytalk have a good rest. I think I saw you're going back to your nest, right? Sorry about that. Whoa. My companion is too strong. Ooh, what a shot. Wait, they hate each other?
A Grail Grail
Ancient Protector. I'm just taking my time with the aim because I couldn't aim. I got something. Concussion rounds, impact. There's a lot of enemies here. There's an absolute cinema glyph? Need to relearn how to get Twitch drops in the game. Wait, can I get my own Twitch drops? You watch long enough you can claim. Look at the games they changed for recent years ago. There's on Twitch's end maybe, on Link and Relink? I don't know. That's a cool looking enemy. That was before, right? Didn't appear last time I checked. Oh, Twitch being stinky. Looks like there's something here. Nice. Just some extra loot.
The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
You can make sure there's no alarm doors. Arc trap. Oh. I solved 57. Now it's on your website apparently. Maybe I need to do that as well.
Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms. The data we retrieved will have to suffice. Get to extraction.
I lost one though.
Who let them out? Was it Tengus?
Tengus did this. I know he did.
Someone released these creatures on purpose. They want them to destroy you.
Oh. It's okay, I have a gun. Oh. Kobo have gun will shoot. You can auto log into Steam while you're playing the game. I am using Steam. Ooh, oh my god, I missed it. Ayatan Siansta. Nice, Ichi.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
My god, ooh, Ayatan Siansta. Nice, Swift. Welcome.
Tenno, we have an emergency situation developing. It's more infested. Get to the node I've marked on your navigation console.
I can just go in. I don't think I have anything that's like rank 30. Next quest mission. Exterminate an infestation. Kobo need water.
This Grineer ship tried to flee the infestation, but was quickly overrun. Exterminate everything on board before it reaches a more populated sector.
Wow, spooky. Pet the small Kobo? Heck yeah. Pet, good.
The Grineer may have thought they could toy around with the infested, but they are quickly learning how wrong they were.
Good. It's another cyan star. Weird, that one had no sound cue.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Exploding that for good measure. Why does it look like the infestation is sentient? I mean, look at these flying things. So the infestation is like sentient? They know what they're doing? I mean, that would be extra spooky, I guess. Oh wow. I'm just gonna try to find as much loot as possible. And credit is also like pretty important, I feel like. I can buy blueprints with credits. Critical chance? Shotgun? Oh my god, I want shotgun? I might become I feel like I might become like a Warframe and or Guild Wars 2 streamer now. Whoa.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Nice, 25. Oh, metal.
The infestation predates the Oregon era.
I can pause this one. Okay, I can. I also skipped the dialogue. It's okay. Hi, Metal. What were you playing? Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries? I never heard of the game before. Hope game was fun and hope stream was good. Welcome in everyone from the raid. It's co-op. Oh, welcome, welcome. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Not really now, at least. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm as people say, a baby 10 no. I'm a baby 10 no. I know what I'm doing. I'm just shooting. I'm also kind of like trying to rank up my handgun. That's why I'm only using my handgun. Baby Tenno? Yeah. Baby Tenno is just a term for very new players. Well, sounds like it definitely. And they're right, I am. Ooh, what a shot. Oh yeah, if you're in any post-stream camp, you know, get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Very important. Ooh, thank you again. Ooh.
Broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Hmm?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
What is that? Morphix? Wait, I just got a Morphic from the daily login thingy. I didn't really see how it looks like. Oops. Impact? Very shiny. Detonite Ample? What the daily Nightwave mission is for today? I don't know. I never really checked the daily missions. Is it the same for everyone? I don't think so, right? That'd be kind of weird. Huh? Same for everyone? Okay. But what if it's something that a baby Tenno cannot do? They cannot do? Oh. I mean, it just kind of reminds me of me trying to kill that big machine in Citos, and then that part pissed me off. These are like Q15 enemies while aim gliding some shit. The daily thing should be possible, the weakness can be possible at times, or kill 150 enemies with melee. Oh, I think I did some of those. Weekly sometimes requires story progression. Ooh. Nice.
Another job well executed.
Easy. A donation to the Neverian, at least it is for you. Amorphous Solid. Still at 26. My fist is at 28. That was 20k. Nice. This is from one of Dr. Pingus' report. The additional test marines have arrived. The specimens tore through the previous batch much faster than predicted. Should be noted that marines who survived the longest were using fire-based weapons. The infested are vulnerable to fire. I have sent a fire damage mod to you for you to install on your melee weapon. It should aid you in your coming mission. Oh. Oh. Thank you.
I must say, these infested are very worrisome. The Lotus would like you to install that mod as soon as...
Now!
Now. Nice. Oh, it's only for primary. I don't have the other ones. I want Chroma. Oh, that's 6 points. I couldn't install any of these. This should be fine. Defend the bomb. I'm defending the bomb. You want chroma cause it's like a third? Yeah. It's also partially why I'm playing this game.
We are going to attempt to use a cascade bomb to destroy all traces of infested here. The bomb will take time to arm. Protect it until it's ready for detonation. Reinforcements are inbound. Hold the line.
Uh-oh.
When this cascade bomb goes off, a wave of void energy will tear through the complex, ripping the life force from all organic matter, but leaving the structure intact. It's our only chance to stop the scourge before it starts.
Oh. Oh, I'm not organic, right? I'm a frame. I'm a robot. A lot of people are getting nothing
The bomb
today.
is almost armed. You just have to hold out a little bit longer.
Hi, Akko. Oh my god, welcome. That was kind of scary.
The bomb is armed. I'm extracting you now. Good job, Tenno.
Yeah, I'm the
That's the
Tenno.
last of them.
Nice. Used to locate lost ships? Drop from storage containers. Hmm.
Tenno, you have done well to contain the infested outbreak, but I am troubled.
Oh.
Dr. Tengus was but one of many reckless Grineer eager to gain favor with his queens.
The cascade explosion worked and the asteroid has been purged of infestation. Afraid this new threat cannot be so easily contained. Dr. Pingus's experiments with this plague are grossly irresponsible and have threatened the entire system. All that is needed is an infected ship to reach a populated area and will be unable to contain its spread. There's no controlling it. The Grineer will be in just as much peril as we are. To prepare you for this new fight, I've sent you something that should prove effective against this madness. Let us hope you would not need to use it. I'm using it. What do you mean? It's a cool sword. Oh, that was quick. Nice. Oh, can I only make one per time? I guess I have to wait. Not much new to use. You're missing materials? I thought I have everything. Yeah, everything is like taco, but I cannot do it. Maybe I can, yeah, and it's like I can only make one per time. Heart of Demo. Noah? Eh? Mastery lock? Oh, this? Oh, fuck.
Ordis keeps a tidy ship, and is therefore reluctant to allow animals on board. In Ordis's experience, animals do not eat so much as reload.
Reload? Yeah, how do I put in the kitty? Tree, so the next level? Oh. Aqua Bronco? Oh, it's AK Bronco. And then it's Bronco. It's a shotgun? It's a secondary shotgun, excuse me? Oh. Oh? I need... 2. I have need. Nice. So I can make multiple things at once. That's nice. Hi, Fermi. Oh my god, hello. As your mastery rank gets higher, you run into that time gate less and less. Okay. Well, each thing takes 12 hours to make. It's kind of crazy. Kind of. Rush? No, no rush. Little tip for when you build the dual version of a weapon, you only have to level up one of them to get the mastery experience for it. 2 forces usually weapons. Oh. The only limit to simultaneous crafting is you can't make multiple of the exact same thing at the same time. But you can make an infinite number of unique things side by side. Ah, okay, okay. So no same thing, but different things possible. Okay, okay.
A new quest is available in your codex.
Codex? Codex? Oh, this one. Dog. You are Tenno. You deserve a Cobra by your side. How about Kitty though?
So the Corpus have recovered an incubator segment. This is an excellent opportunity. Every Tenno deserves to have a Kubro by their side.
This one? 8 to 10? Nah, it's fine. I don't even know how strong I am. But I'm pretty strong. I can kill a big thing while being mad about the game. Juice.
A lone Tenno operative is raiding this ship for supplies. You are here to distract the enemy. Trigger the alarm.
Okay.
Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out.
Oh.
Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support. Look for personal life support modules dropped by fallen enemies. Life support incoming. Delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
No, right? I still have like 70%. I assume it has like limited quantity too. Or I can kill enemies to get life support as well. I mean, that works. Oh. Multiple. It has to be only one time. I get it, I get it.
Tenno, prepare for life support.
What do you mean prepare for life support?
I've delivered another life support capsule.
I guess I need it.
Life
Oh!
support has been replenished.
These are new enemies.
on the way.
My support is fine still. Holy heck, that's too tough.
Additional life support has arrived.
I don't know why I tried to slide there. I thought I was playing Counter-Strike. I did. What's the weak point?
When you are ready, go to extraction.
When I'm ready? Oh, I'm gonna stay here for a while. I need to max out my victory. Hi Lucy. Oh my god, Kobo. Warframe? Yeah, I just started about a few days ago. And have been a little bit addicted to the game. A little bit. Hope Lucy's doing good. And hi Andre. What's your weak point?
Another life support capsule is now available.
I should use it. That's new exciting Warframe? Yeah.
Activated.
I just started. I should probably go extract. I think I'm more willing to help you through a DMST and use the paper to add on Discord. Oh, I think I responded to that, yeah. If you don't mind, I can answer it here. Only if you don't mind, of course. But you can also just like continue the DM there, it's fine. I don't really have anything left to do rather than helping newer players. Oh. My life support is fine.
Life support activated.
It's a new enemy. Where's the extraction?
Additional life support has arrived.
The enemies are way stronger now. What the heck is going on? Gonna freeze from your new stuff? Okay, I'll reply later. I have received your message. Just gonna mention that. To Umbre. Enemies will get stronger and longer endless missions go on. Oh, but I don't see the extraction now. Ooh.
Life support has been replenished.
Okay, come. I actually have no idea where I'm going.
Hey, hey! Pop these locks, yeah? Sky for the century, mate. Sky for the century!
Hey, oh, well, I can't do it. Sorry about that. Unfortunate for you. Green blinking icon? Wait, I want to look at the map, but I can't. Give me a second, right?
I've delivered another life support capsule.
Notify a crew, man. Oh, green. Wait, green. Why is it blinking like everywhere? Ooh, golden. I wish I know your weak point. Or maybe I'm already shooting at the weak point.
Life support has been replenished. Another life support capsule is now available.
Ooh, they're getting really painful now. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm dying. What? I can. Why can I not heavy hit? Oh, there we go. Boop. Thank you.
Life support activated.
The green blinking icon, I swear, I'm going to punch someone. I don't think I should stay here any longer. They're becoming so strong that I can't kill them anymore. Oh, okay.
Mission complete.
Oh my god.
Excellent work, team.
Ah, they're only up a little bit. I'm so
Another life
surprised.
support capsule is now available.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh,
Ordis is glad those savages looted. I would be happy to help you install it.
I didn't,
Ordis awaits incubator segment installation, operator. No need to rush.
oh. Okay, there we go. Also, home Evie is doing the intercepted corpus message. Yeah, I've had in the Orokin incubator segment for months, and still you produce nothing but genetic rejects. You promised me a Kobo worthy of an Orokin prince, not a misshapen ball of hair and teeth. What the hell? I hate this guy already. I'm not gonna read the rest.
Now, just in case some of you ain't doing all this out of the kindness of your hearts.
Conduits and disruption? Exploit her or... Oh, it's an elite weekly. Oh my god. Never your mastering time
Later.
day? Yeah, there's a time thing going on. I still need 21 hours before I can do that. Oh!
Good. Now you just need a Kobo egg to start the process. Feral Kobo dens on Earth would be a good place to start looking.
I guess we're getting egg. A Kobo egg? I mean... Do I have egg? Right, let's go get egg. Acquire a Kobo egg. Tamago. Oh, thank you, Wildflower. Holy hecky, 35. Thank you. Egg. We love egg. Egg good. Wow, single file. My main gun ranked up instead? That's weird. Mend. If your sentinel kills, but then my sentinel feels like they're killing everything because they're so strong and fast. I mean, I like it. Whenever you have with you gets a part of the experience.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh, then I should just let sentinel kill everything. Wait, that's good. I should just flippy dip zippity dips and not die while my sentinel kills everything, no? Nice, 28. XP gets split evenly if Sentinel kills, but if you kill the weapon specifically, all XP goes to that weapon. 50% goes to the weapon, not all. So Sentinel kills is still superior. The heads are so small, it's crazy. Oh wait, that's Kobo. Kobo. Oh, I'm supposed to destroy this? Sorry. Oh, it's done. It's superior for evenly leveling your loadout but overall slower. It's faster to level a single weapon by killing with that weapon. Oh. It broken? It doesn't look like it's broken to me. Oh. Shiny. Ayatan Siam Star. Go for lazy. Many, look. You want all the shiny? Hi AC. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Hi AC Tiger. Anyone else remember how long it took way back when to get that egg? Suffering? It fastest to level a weapon by only having that weapon equipped and no other, and letting a sentinel kill everything. Oh, that's... But I also want to level everything else. I'm only like trying to kill with the beetle because it's like close to 30, and then I want to switch to a new gun so that I can have like a slightly even level.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
They're not attacking me though. They're helping me. Oh my god. Wow, that's a big one. Damn, good job. Are you... Hey, they attacked first, not me. Nice.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
I've advised to always have one weapon with you that you feel comfortable with killing stuff when you level out the weapon so you can actually defend
You
yourself.
found a Kubro egg. Ordis will guide you through the hatching process. When complete, you will have to wait until the Kubro matures before you can take it on any missions.
Huh.
To
You
think
just
it's
killed a
been
good Kubra?
ages since
No.
Kubro spread filth all grace this ship. Operator, drop the egg into the system to begin breeding.
Drop it on the floor.
Drop it on the floor. Oh. Choose two imprints and begin incubation to combine them. Create imprint of your active pet in the genetic tools. Some I don't have random incubation. Yeah.
Fantastic. It's hatching. Ordis will reroute power to air filtration systems.
Orders is so pissed. I mean, oh yeah, I cannot make that. Oh, it's almost done. Rush incubation for free? Sure. Nice. Doggy. Name him. Dog. Looks like a bear, this guy. Oh, is it just gonna run around the place? That's kinda cute, actually. Uras? You can get genetic codes from yours and friends' Kubra and mix features or create copies of the desired Kubra. Oh! Consign dog? Rename dog? Mature dog for combat? You saw my cat run around and pat my beach balls? A lot of times I just looking away because I'm afraid of spoilers. But I am listening to you. Dog will grow to adulthood and become ready for combat. Mature dog? No. Yes? Oh, and mature a Cooper. Okay, okay. Dog.
Tenno, your Kubro has matured. Now, there is only one more rite of passage before you can truly be bonded. I have learned of a Grineer excavation which is said to have uncovered an Orokin-era Kubro collar. Take your Kubro to Earth and recover the collar.
Whoa, big dog. Are you trying to stay away from my camera? It is. Oh. I wonder why. I guess this Kubrow Shy doesn't want camera. It tries to stay out offline. Oh, that's actually that makes way more sense actually. I am aiming at them, you're right. Oh my god. I didn't even think about that. And the better sacred AI? No, sacred is just superior in every single possible way because sacred. No bias at all, don't worry about it. There is zero bias going on. Yeah. Yeah. If everybody blocks your aim? No, I'm not aiming, I'm just cutting.
A recent Grineer excavation has uncovered an Orokin-era Kubro collar. The Grineer are
No,
not
it
pleased
doesn't.
about you taking their treasure. Defend the artifact until extraction arrives.
Oh, I'm gonna shoot. Oh, it crouches down trying to stay outline. Oh, that's actually kind of clever. Wow, okay, wow, okay,
We are
wow.
readying reinforcements. Keep fighting, Tenno.
There's nothing. Why am I fighting? Can you keep up with me, Kubro? I might be 2 legs flying fast. Am I supposed to defend them? Or... Yeah, get him, Popo, get him. Uh oh. You kill? You touch me? I touch you back. I am so touching you back. That worked. Nice, just one more. Oh my god, the dog just one-shots them, that's crazy. Oh, that's Kubrow. I'm trying my best not to shoot at Kubrow because they are just doppel. I'm just pinning the dog, it's fine. Maybe I mistakenly shot them? Those two? Scorpion? You're trying to do the get over here?
last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
You pet the small Kobo? Yeah. Oh my god. You pet them with the same energy they pet you?
The collar has been attached and the bond between Tuna and Kobo has been cemented.
Operator, you will remember to care for the beast, won't you? Ordis doesn't care either way.
Dragon?
Why?
I'm a couple, but close. Neo the Nova Beast, hello, welcome. Oh, you're playing Warframe as well? Heck yeah. Welcome. Thanks for the raid. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope stream was good and I hope Warframe was fun. I just started playing, so yeah, people have been calling me Baby Tenno. Yeah. And Baby Tenno. Where's dog? Dog. Oh, that's a really cool color. Oh my god. Saw an Excalibur side to come say hi. Oh, I mean, I saw it's the starting Warframe that the game allows me to choose from. I have to go with Excalibur because I like to go up close and personal and just cut everything. I mean, I love fisting, so yeah.
Ordis has been counting stars, operator.
But of course, if you need any post-stream care, get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Very important. Thank you again for the raid. Complete Mars Junction. This thing? Oh. Oh.
Operator, is that a void relic segment? Ordis hasn't seen one of those in, well, forever.
Void relic segment in your orbiter to begin opening void relics contain valuables that are only determined when opened in void fissure missions. Can be obtained as mission rewards. Oh. Oh, more codex scanner. Side quest section of the codex in the orbiter. Yeah. Complete a mission of the Boltor primary weapon equipped. Ah. Do I have to? Oh. I never used the Boltor.
Someone in Cetus must have answers. Come on, sweet things. Give it up.
Where? You're gonna love this game, I guarantee. So far, so good. Just me doing some dumb, stupid things that makes me angry, but that's me. That's just me being stupid. I tried to punch my way to victory in Cetus. Yeah, in Cetus, there's like a huge four-legged machine. And then I tried to kill that thing, but then there's like 10,000 other things that's trying to kill me as well. And then I died 3 times. No, it's not the jackal. It's in Cetus. In Cetus, there's like there's like homing missile airstrike, and then plus the four-legged jumpy pushing away thing. And then I got really frustrated while fighting against 2 of them. The thumper tank? I think that's what's called, yeah. There is definitely a lot of thumping going on with that thing. I guess I have to do a mission with Boltor. Boltor.
If I may say, operator, your chosen Warframe suits you. Ha ha
£8? I am definitely getting mega pounded, yeah. And too bad it's not dragon though. Boop. Wait. Found you under my bonk boop. Look, it's just pounding. It's okay, just pounding. Yeah, it's just pounding. Just some friendly dragon kobold interaction. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, so it now has every damage possible? Heck yeah. It doesn't really change. A little bit, I guess. And dragons and kobolds sharing a little kinetic friendship. That's all? Yeah, it's just a little pounding. Mod action, click on that. Get the option auto install mods. Try to help a lot. An auto install? Action button. Oh, status chance. Why did I think about that? Because I have all status here. Viral? Yeah, I usually don't really recommend auto install, but it can work. I guess for early game it does, since I don't really have a lot to work with here. Yeah. Oh, it already has impact? Then, okay. Let's get this one. Plus 15%. That's not 15%. That's plus 2%. What do you mean? Doki. Doki. I don't know what consign is. 15% of base value? 15% of base amount added on? Huh, that's so sad. Oh, I guess that also is fair. Is the giveaway? Huh, no, I want my token. Alright, what do? We have Vitas. Excavation, mobile defense. Let's do Kirikin. I'm going to Kirikin. It's definitely not Hadouken or Shoryuken. Wink wonk. That was bad. That was bad.
This area is rich with subterranean artifacts. I will help you recover them. Proceed to the marked dig site.
60. Oh. Oh, your head is gone. Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. Our self? My power self? I'm just gonna hold it anyway. Botor! Botor is level 1. Oh my god. Botor! I assume I'm probably gonna need a few power cells, question mark? $200 Corpus crewman helmets? Oh. I don't think I see any more loot. Right, time to go. Oh, they drop Endor sometimes. That's really nice. Ooh, I can go in here. Maybe I should go back and see what it is first.
Excavator is ready to go. Use fuel cells to keep it powered while protecting it from enemy fire.
power cell?
Artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site. The excavator has lost power. Find another cell and bring it to the unpowered excavator. Ready to go. Keep it powered and protected from enemy fire.
Wait, there's two now?
Excavator stalled. Find another fuel cell and take it to the excavator.
There's no fuel cell.
Look for power carrier foes. Strike them down and bring their cells back to the excavators.
While trying to protect the thing?
The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site.
You are kidding. Oh, oops. You want Lato to be automatic? Can I switch fire? But then I feel like even with Lato being automatic, it's not going to help too much.
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
Oh, okay. I forgot about this one.
Excavation complete. Look what we found. Extraction available. You may leave now or continue excavating artifacts. The choice is yours.
More artifact, of course. I want all the shiny. Wow, now there's a lot of fuels here.
Is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
You just don't need to keep clicking. I think okay now. Keep clicking with Lato is okay now. Because I'm not exactly like spamming. I'm pressing it at a very slow pace. It doesn't hurt my wrist as much. That was an Eximus.
Look what we just uncovered.
But it'll be nice to know what the keybinds are then. Or like, not the keybind question mark? I want more shiny. Hi Salo. When you recently got into Warframe? Yeah, about 2 days ago. Well, no, last week? Last Sunday. It's Salo. Kobo attains 15 boot points. Yeah, look at Salo, amazing. Oh, that's a lot of them, what the heck? Hope Salo is doing good. go. Go for slow. Oh. Baloney? Baloney? Salo's amazing. I watched Salo play Rivals of Aether 2 the other day. Makes me want to play Rivals, but also I realize I'm in Malaysia. I'm probably not gonna have a lot. Ooh, probably not gonna have a lot of people to play against or play with me. Is that good? I'm evil. Evil good. Yeah, Salo is evil good. The camera is growing. Can I? Oh, I can shoot the camera? What do you mean I can shoot the camera? I mean, without the highlight, I wouldn't even know. Wow, there's a lot of enemies. My people is not 30 level yet. That's why I keep using it. I wish your socks are not good. But you're helping me wash socks, how is that not good? Alright, where's the excavate? Oh my god, there's constant enemies coming from behind. I should probably ignore them. Hold tab for a bit.
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact.
I don't know, I hope that helps.
The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site.
Ooh. Give me that. Oxium Cosby? What is that? Caveman?
And bring it to the unpowered excavator.
There's another one, I think. I got an achievement. I got 2 achievements. Reach rank 30 with any pistol. Oh! Fuck you! Okay. I'm holding my mouse button and feel good about it.
Power carrier foes. Strike them down and bring their cells back to the excavators. This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
I'm holding C, I'm holding mouse 1.
Complete.
Oh.
Your hard work has just been rewarded.
Did I miss up? Oh wait, oh, digging complete. Oh, okay, nice. Is there more? Complete additional? Oh, let's go! I want more shiny. How's the baby tenor? Trying. Pretty fun. I like it. Kobo blind? What happened? Oh, NATO max rank? Oh, it's already, it was already max rank? I thought it was at 29. Oh, so hi Roxas.
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact. An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site.
Wow. Kobo feels really strong. But why?
Excavator stalled. Find another fuel cell and take it to the excavator.
Does the bullet have travel time? It has. Oh, wow. I didn't think about that. I was like, why is it like the hits are so delayed?
Excavator stalled. Find another fuel cell and take it to the excavator. This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
Why is there a dropship here? Have I stayed here too long? Is that it?
Look what we just uncovered.
I can't even look at what we just uncovered. But there's more that I can extract. And Kobo going for more extracts because I like shiny. Oh! Attention star! Kobo, when you got a bit of time, I'm listening. Open options, go right mouse tab, enable fire manual, trigger weapons continuously. Oh, it's an accessibility tab. Then try shoot Yulato holding down left click. Isn't that gonna be a little bit weird? No, I still prefer my pistol to be one tap shoot. I mean, it's nice that they have this though. For those who suffer from like carpal tunnel, it's gonna help a lot.
Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protected from enemy fire. An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site.
I guess I one tap shoot. Oh wait, you're right though. I can still one tap shoot. What am I thinking? Hell yeah. Oh my god. I didn't think about that. My brain just be like, oh, it's in auto now. It would be nice if any of you have power cell. Oh, loot. Dude.
The excavator has lost power. Find another cell and bring it to the unpowered excavator.
Oh my god, shoot, I know.
This excavator is fully powered.
Oh.
Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
I need it, thank you. Oh, the auto fire is so good. I like holding the mouse one button.
Excavation complete. Look what we found.
Is there more? What is more? Is it bad that I keep going like this? I didn't see what I'm getting from me excavating it. Kobo M speed.
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact. The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site.
Bolt Holder feels really good, not gonna lie.
Strike them down and bring their cells back to the excavators.
Oh, what happened? I kinda decided to just do a backflip.
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
13 seconds. I don't think they can delete it in 13 seconds. Let's do this one. That's right, I'm min-max farming.
Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protected from enemy fire. The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site. Dig complete. Your hard work has just been rewarded.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's a lot of them.
Is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
I think one more is good. Like after this one, let's evacuate. Bolt Horde does take like 10 years to reload now. What?
Excavation complete. Look what we found.
Yeah, green. Back to find new things, I guess. Heck yeah. Aim plus back row equals backflip. Aim plus back row. Aim plus. Oh. Huh? Okay. How did I destroy that? Can I just slide on them? No? I feel like there's loot down there, yeah. But it's stinky here, is it? I assume these are stinky air. But I shouldn't be afraid of stinky air. I'm like a robot. Oh yeah, can I? No? What the heck just happened? They shoot the barrel. I should go. They are becoming stronger, it feels like. Nice. Jump slide does 5 damage. Comedy calls it drop kick. Oh, jump slide. The drop kick is cool. Bolt Horde level 10. Max rank Lato finally.
Operator, is that a void relic segment? Ordis hasn't seen one of those in, well, forever.
Why are you
Operator,
repeating that?
Is that a void relic segment?
Ordis, I know you're sassy, you don't have to repeat that 3 times.
Forever.
What the heck? What? Oh.
Void relics. What a baffling concept. Ordis will try to understand void relics again. They say the contents of a relic are simultaneously this thing, or this thing, or this thing, but also that thing, and certainly never just one thing.
Loot
That
box
is,
then.
Until it's exposed to a void fissure. And at that point, all the possibilities collapse, each one falling away until the relic cracks open and exposes one singular thing. Then, against all tenets of logic, that thing becomes the only thing the relic ever contained.
What a load of
Orders prefers known quantities. Thank you very much.
What a load of.
Orders keeps a tidy ship and is therefore reluctant to allow animals on board.
Where's my
In
doggy?
Ordis's experience, animals do not eat
Doggy.
so much as reload.
Oh my god, doggy. Can I pet you? No petting allowed? 0 out of 10. What is this? No petting allowed? So, loot boxes then, right? You solve for an item of value. Exceptional? Intact? I cannot open them? You can pet your dog, should be interact button. Doggy. Doggy. Oh, okay, best game ever. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Looks a little jank. Still, I love it. You can pet the dog. I can pet the dog. Oh my god. Visit Fazia? You must unlock Mars to access Fazia in Maru's Bazaar. Oh, did I sequence skip? Doggy. What time is now? It's already 5? Okay, one last mission. I need to hit balls tonight. Ooh. On sale? Hit balls? Not hit cocks? No, I don't like hitting cock. I like to lock my... Yeah, hit balls. We're playing pickleball tonight. (11 to 13). Ooh. No more badminton. A lot less badminton these days because apparently my friends are moving towards pickleball now, and I kind of like pickleball as well.
Operator, are you enjoying the view?
It's nice. Badminton is like too intense, I feel like. Enter the junction and defeat the Loki Spectre to unlock hammer? I'm going to beat you up. I have a hammer. Well, I want to have a hammer. Yeah, yeah. Babor! Yeah! Quality gameplay. Whoa, okay, that's actually kinda cool. Did I just get disarmed? Oh yeah, you're asking for it now. You dum-dum, come here. I don't care if you're invisible, I'm punching you to death. Hmm.
You have new quests in your codex.
Nice. The large two-handed hammer, the Frago requires great strength to wield but impacts with enough force to send groups of enemies tumbling. My favorite weapon, oh my god, I need it.
Messages have arrived in your inbox.
Vatia? Your ship's Cephalon said you might need help acquiring a void relic or two for that shiny new segment you just installed. Name's Varzia, former Dax. Hard to find void relics and prime warframes are my game. Here's how it's gonna work. You bring me Aya and I supply you with the relics you need to acquire prime gear. Swing by Maru's Bazaar and I'll help you get started. Oh. So that's how you get prime chroma? I mean prime chroma, oh my god, it's so hard to... Prime Chroma... Prime Chroma is more dragon than Chroma, right?
Operator, did you hear that? It said... Cosmic background radiation is a riot!
Oh. Alright, here comes Furis. I'm using the furry gun. Furry. Nice. Oh, I need one more level for the punch. Oh. Oh, to +7. Wow. Oh, it adds this as well. Oh no. Can I still put this in? I might have to like... Yeah. Can I ignore that? Oh, I guess it's just right, question mark? Right, we have maximum range. Mega reach. Okay. Big reach. I'm using fist until it's level 30. Alright, one more.
You have remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves.
Doki. We don't start a story quest. I'm gonna do a capture, defense, mobile defense. I mean, honestly, when I stream Warframe, I'm supposed to do main story stuff, but I feel like I didn't do as much main story stuff today. Oopsies. Oh, I did do one. That one is like pretty short. And let's do defense. Why not? Hey. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
Nice.
Reinforcements are inbound. Hold the line.
Uppercut. Yeah, the range is helping. It feels a lot easier to hit things now. Get uppercut, dum dum. Feels like defense mode is like the way to get more mods. So if I can get a lot of duplicate mods, I can sacrifice. I can like, yeah, I can sacrifice them for Endo, and I like Endo. Yeah, range is definitely helping here. What? No enemy? The minimap says it's here. What? Is there like an invisible enemy? The minimap says underneath? How do you even get underneath? What? Oh my god, it is underneath. How in fuck's name? Okay, you asshead, why are you here for? What is it trying to accomplish?
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy. Keep
Better.
fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Always better. Uppercut. Yeah, the uppercut is a lot easier to hit now. I got you baited. I hate that guy. Nice. Oh, they might have... Oh, they might have fell down here. Oh, I think it's already max. Nice. Yeah, this is a hit scan gun. Hit scan gun feels pretty nice. After using Bolt, I mean Bolt hurts a lot, but it not being hit scan is kinda hard. Because when they move like lateral movements, I cannot hit them.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now
more
or
relic?
continue fighting?
More.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Wow, Lotus says I'm brave. Oh my god. Kobo brave? Okay, being able to look at the minimap, it also helps a lot as well. It is getting kind of hard to defend. I mean, obviously. It feels like the furry gun does more does more damage. More than both one? Must be the elemental effect thing. Nice furry. There will come a time we'll look at the minimap overlay with fire your gun to kill enemies instead of actually aiming. Isn't it? What? Really? That feels weird, no?
Reinforcements
nice.
Available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Let's do until 15.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Kobo brave. Kobo brave. That was chamber? No, I feel like 15 is okay-ish personally. I can also train my gun a little bit. They're also only at level 7, so it's easier to deal with as well. Is ranking up. Referring to the mod you got? Oh, I thought me going through 15 waves is a Hell's Chamber. Sounds fitting, I guess. Endo. Hey, you better hide behind here, dumbass. couldn't wait to use the big hammer later. Well, not later, but maybe tonight, actually. Craft it 12 hours? What? I thought I can just use it upright.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
Oh, Hell's Chamber. It's only for
Keep
shotgun.
fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Oh, Kobo don't have shotgun. I'm tanking the bullets. Ooh, that was a little spicy, I feel like. The first time feels good. What? Oh wait, I have been using Voltor? No, right? No, I have not been using Voltor. Have I? Actually, I don't know. They sound similar, I can't tell. Next. Oh, the health is really going down. It's kind of scary. Oh, make everything no color. Just kind of want to even the playing field a little bit. No, that was a good call actually. You almost died.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Extract. That was good enough.
We're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
I got so much things. Cryo rounds, no return, sinking talon. Talon? For HP? Yeah, I'm surprised that it survived. Stance! Oh, it's for dwarf daggers. Hiya. Ammo drum. Reach. Shotgun. Well, my new secondary gun is a shotgun, so what? Oh, it's not. Oh, I'm stupid. I thought it's already max. What? Hiya. Doki. Oh my god, yes, Doki. How much chroma? Chroma is more armor and more energy. Health and shield is still the same.
Operator? Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
Nothing. My brain's empty. Dog! Stealthy ally? Surprising enemies with impressive takedowns of explosive force. With assault mode and molecular conversion as default precepts, Texan protects its owner with shield restoration equipped with the Artax Ice Beam. Oh, is that why I'm not dying? It's because of Texon. I didn't think this thing would give me shield as well. I guess I can bring dog. Dog. Huh.
Well put together, Operator. Now get out there and... cut down the... and make the Lotus proud.
Cut down to 21? The companion acts freely as they see fit, staggers enemies within 0.5 while moving. Oh, it's a stance. It becomes 40... 41? Eh, why not? Doki. Stalk, hunt, fetch. Oh, do they not cost anything? It's a symbol on the right? Symbol? Oh, so it's not one. This is one. Detects and collects. Oh my god, okay. Oh, that's so much. Ooh. Heals your companion with melee hits. Excess healing grants overguard. That is just good. And everything. That symbol represents Penjaga. I don't know what Penjaga is, but that sounds pretty cool. Dog. Oh my god, it's so fluffy. The dog is so fluffy.
Ooh, oh, oh, ooh, 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 oh, ooh, oh, ooh.
Ooh. Hi, Brim. Oh my god, Shuna cool. I can't believe I just a little bit. I want to use the bong. Oh, I can just use it. Butor. Buddy Burston. Hope you're enjoying Warframe. Yeah, I am. Warframe very nice so far. No crap. No, my name is on one of the relays. Someone. I'm a Grandmaster Founder. That's like really good. Breen plays Warframe? Oh my god. Toki. Regress? Genetic aging of dog. Oh, so become not mature so that it can... Why? Spent a lot of money back when it was earlier in beta. Haven't played in a while because I played so much my brain doesn't even like thinking about playing anymore. Fair. Actually very fair. I know that feeling. Playing a game way too much to the point where you hate it. Yeah. Yeah. So valid actually. But I just started and yeah, so far I'm liking it a lot. Plus 15% ammo maximum. Magazine capacity. Reload speed. Impact. Ooh, that's really good. I don't hate it. Warframe is still super cool, but I can't get myself to play anymore. Ah, okay. My bad. That's so much endo. But big damage though. Can I still do it if it's 7? I can. I can upgrade it to the max. What's multi-shot? Is it like shoot one time 2 bullet comes out? Because if it is, this I'm gonna apply fusion. Like this is so good, no? If it's like the chance of more shots per shot. Yeah, per shot? Extra bullet per shot. Yeah. 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 Add 1 to this. Yeah. Kobo is gonna become so strong. Oh my god. Wait, I should have... I like melee. What am I doing? I don't have endo anymore. Oh no. I upgrade the reach, pressure point. Knife strike. True steel. Organ shatter. Oh, I cannot put any elemental damage anymore. Yeah. Big hammer. But I need to play this one. But I also cannot play more because I'm gonna be hitting balls tonight in about an hour's time. Oops. Okay. Well, I'll stop here for today. Tomorrow... oh yeah, tomorrow is more time for to play Raft with Brekkie and Zeus. Maybe I can start earlier tomorrow. I don't know if I can do that, but I'll try. If I can start earlier tomorrow, I can play more of these. Now I find the target. I also want music. What was I listening to again? Oh yeah, Sony Unleashed music. We start from this one. Nice. More Kobo per Kobo? That sounds about right. It's like reproduce. It's like reproduce. Mm. Mm. I kinda wanna raid Lucy, but I also haven't raided Johnny in a while. What? Heckin' yep.
Yep.
What? Alright, I'm gonna raid Johnny. Yeah, I'm gonna raid Johnny. I haven't raided the shiny dragon in a while. That was a big yep. Hope Gyrodyne doing good. Welcome. I'm gonna raid Johnny. Let's raid Johnny. Yeah. Been lurking? No more games? I assume you're done streaming and wanted to say goodbye. Gonna be ending a little bit earlier today because of hitting balls sports tonight. So thank you for the lurk though. I always appreciate lurks. Thank you. Also, I'm gonna plug my things. Now I have coffee. Coffee nice, coffee good, coffee helps. Yeah. I'll let Bernie talk about it as well. And before I forget. Before I forget anyway. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, heck, thank you, Bernie. And I also have a Discord channel. I announced my stream stuff over there. I think I'm gonna be streaming a little bit more or a lot more during Wednesday night my time. And I want to do art more these days, so I'll try to do a little bit more art lately. So yeah, at least that's my plan, right? There's like a few backlogs that I want to I want to still finish, and then hopefully I know that I'm still job hunting, and then I know that using art as a way to earn money is not like the best, but it makes me feel bad because my art is nothing amazing. But it's one way, so I need to finish the backlog first. I'm a poor kobold, all I can offer is love. It's all good, Jiro. It's all good. Love is already so nice, like honest. Like being able to just like, or like thinking about lurking on my channel is already like really heckin' nice, right? I mean it. I know I said it before, but I want to like keep reiterating. I think that's the word, is that like even like if you cannot support the stream financially, never have to feel bad, because just being here, listening to this kobold yapping and stuff already means a lot. So honest, yeah. Heckin' amazing. Thank you. Right. But yeah, I think that's the plug. I'm gonna ask a heckin' shiny dragon for uppies, because why not? I love how my raid messages makes everyone becomes a kobold. Speaking of, I need to know. I'm not kobold? Well, I was a dragon last night. Whoa, Jiro Mega Kobold. Oh my god. I'm Mega Dragon. I'm still the same. Wait, I'm still the same. Last time I'm also Mega Dragon. Oh, Jiro is Mega Dragon as well. Oh wait, whoa. how about this? I'm also Mega Bird. I'm a Griffon? I mean, bird plus dragon is good. Jiro is 3 though. You're 111% kobold, 120 and 111% bird. Wow, Jiro is a hybrid. Very special. I'm as birdy as kobold. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Ooh, oh my god, it's almost 200%. Full dragon. Hi, Dark Ashfur. Welcome. Holy hecky. That's a very dragon. Okay, let's see. I need to type in the raid to Johnny then. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. I haven't been playing Guild Wars 2 for a long time. I've been playing Warframe more, and I'm waiting for a big discount for Guild Wars 2 expansions. So yeah. I still want to get back into Guild Wars 2 at some point. Yeah, currently it's still at 30% off, so 30% is still like 90 ringgit. Yeah. Here we go for the best emo type for the raid message. Oh, it's good. Oh my god. All right, let's type in the raid. Okay, there we go. Okay, John. Okay, there we go. Guild Wars 2 are going nowhere. Also, Guild Wars 2 anniversary. They're always going a good sale. Oh, are they in it? Are they? Is it anniversary now? But anniversary is only 2%. Oh my god! I thought I thought they mentioned my name. What is this? The future of the Guild Wars franchise. Our commitment to theorize. Oh wait, no, it's Tyria. I thought they meant, what the fuck? It's so close. It's so close. Holy heck! Right. Anyway, everything's fine. So before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that Inka-san Heckin loved, valid, and mattered. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, right? It's so close. I know. Holy heck. And here comes the raid to Johnny Dirk. Yeah. Gonna raid to a heckin' shiny dragon. Oh my goodness. Take care, Darkashford. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna prepare for hitting balls tonight. in about an hour from now, I'm gonna go play some pickleball. So I need to keep in shape. I'm too chunky. I'm too fat in real life. Like, well, I'm too fat. Wait, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what to do tomorrow before playing Raft with Zeus and Bracky, but we'll see, right? So I'm gonna press the rate now button. Right, take care, everyone. My couple loves you. Mwah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. Love you.